stars to grow in the nest. And rejoice for our ideals.
Help us this morning sail on, our dreams come true.
And rejoice for our giants are awake. My heart beats on, my heart beats on. No more balloons and our ideals. And it's about it's and what we wanna make some learning that awesome night. You lost Nigeria, my heart beats on. And rejoice for our loyalty.
The verses God signs and one song we
And rejoice for our beauty's sake. You lost our glory and the forever. And rejoice for our lives you shine.
help us this morning sail on, our dreams come true.
And rejoice for the giants are with. My heart beats on, my heart beats on. No more balloons and my ideas. And it's about it's and what we wanna bring some learning that was awesome night. My heart beats on, my heart beats on. No more balloons and diamonds. And it's
And to formally kickstart the event, I'd like to invite Reverend Professor Urigwe to please come and lead the opening prayer. Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we want to give you praise and glory because you are the author of today. We want to thank you for gathering us together. Thank you for giving us life. Thank you for our university that you have led all these years. We thank you for the Vice Chancellor and the principal officers of the university, whom you have helped all these years to pilot the affairs of this university. We want to thank you especially, O God, for our faculty, the Faculty of Engineering, and our dear dean, whom you have also used to advance the cause of our faculty and to organize this year's edition of Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture. We want to thank you for all the staff and the students of the faculty. We want to thank you, Lord, for the journey mercies you granted all the dignitaries that are here, especially our distinguished lecturer for today. Lord, we want to honor you and give you praise and give you thanks for all the committees that worked assiduously hard to bring today as a memorable day. We return our praise and glory to you in the name of Jesus Christ. We want to commit this lecture, this activity today into your able hands, that you are able to keep us and preserve us. We commit today and commit this activity into your hand and pray, O God, for divine inspiration. We pray that you guide every activity that we're going to hold here today. Guide our distinguished lecturer, guide all the people that will participate, that at the end of this activity today, we'll have a call to glorify you. May your name, O Lord, be exalted because you are here with us and you will end with us. In Jesus' mighty name, we will pray.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we put our hands together and celebrate God Almighty? Thanking Reverend Professor Korigwe for that wonderful prayer. Thank you so much. I'd like to especially welcome you to this special 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture and Symposium, which is happening here live today at the Princess Alexandra Auditorium. You're very much welcome. I'd like to quickly do a rundown of some recognitions. Let me begin by recognizing the 15th Vice Chancellor of our great university, the first Lion Vice Chancellor, talking about Professor Charles Ariti. And we celebrate him. I'd like to, at this point in time, especially recognize the Dean of the Faculty. The Dean of the Faculty, talking about Professor Emenike Jobu. Thank you so much for putting together this awesome lecture, the 20th in this series. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to use this opportunity to recognize the chairman of the occasion. It's my pleasure to recognize a professor of digital twin technology and systems engineering of the Royal Academy of Engineering, University of Leeds, United Kingdom, talking about very respectable Professor Paul Eke. Professor Eke, we are pleased to have you. And let me, at this point in time, seize opportunity to recognize the Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecturer for today, talking about the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Communications Satellite. Please put your hands together as I welcome our engineer, Jane Egerton. Now please. Wow. Wow. Looking at her attire, you can be rest assured that she's a proud daughter of Iwola. Please put your hands together for her. Let me seize this opportunity to recognize I'd like to especially recognize Engineer Clement Nze, the DG, Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency. Please put your hands together for him. Let me also recognize very especially distinguished Professor Umezurike Linus Opara, the Foundation Executive Director, UNESCO International Center for Biotechnology, UNM. Can we applaud him, please? I'd like to welcome to the high table and some very eminent professors who are here. I have the pleasure of welcoming Engineer Professor, Emeritus Professor S.O. Negebu to please step up to the high table, sir. I wish to also welcome Engineer Professor Woji to the high table. Professor Woji, please. I'd like to also welcome to the high table Engineer Professor Enibe. Now next. Let me also welcome to the high table Engineer Professor Barako. And I'd like to also welcome to the high table the Dean of the Faculty of the Physical Sciences. Talking about Professor Igwe, please put your hands together for him as he steps up to take his seat on the high table. There are a long list of dignitaries who are gathered here this afternoon, but I will do the recognition in bits. So I hope you will understand with us as we swing into the program. I will take my time to unfold the personalities as they are seated. I would also like to invite the spouses of Professor Moji and Professor Enibe to please come.
and take their seat because the MC wouldn't like to put us under. Please put your hands together for the wives, the spouses of Professor O.G. and Anyway. I'd just like to, at this point in time, I'd like to recognize very especially Dr. Amino, who is representing the Executive Vice Chairman of Nigerian Communications Commission. Please, sir, may you give us a wave for recognition. Please put your hands together for him. Yeah, representative, yeah, Dr. Amino, you're most recognized. Let me especially recognize, very especially, the HOD of Mechanical Engineering, Engineer Associate Professor Paul A. Ako, who is here. I'd like to recognize him very especially. The Head of Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, talking about Electrical Engineering, talking about Engineer Associate Professor B.O. Anyaka, you're quite recognized. I'd like to recognize very especially Engineer Professor C.C. Anyadike. Engineer Professor C.C. Anyadike, you're quite recognized. The Head of Department of Agri and Bioresources Engineering. Let me very especially recognize Associate Professor V.C. Chijindo. Professor Chijindo, you're most recognized. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to swing into the program and then come back to recognition later on. I'd like to, at this point in time, quickly invite the Dean of the Faculty, so I'd like to quickly invite the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Emenike C. Ejiogu, for his address, please. Can we put our hands together? After which I will move on to recognize so many others who are here.
Thank you for the introduction. The Vice Chancellor, our chief host today, Professor Charles AKS, the very first lion that became the Vice Chancellor of the Nigeria. Thank you for being our chief host today. The Deputy Vice Chancellor is in absentia. The 20th of this series of lectures usually selects a theme that's appropriate for the time of the day. And this year the Faculty of Engineering Board decided to make the theme harnessing practical engineering solutions for sustainable economic development. During the board meeting, some of us pointed out that well, engineering already has it's a practical field, it's not science, and therefore we should remove the word practical. We went back and forth, and in the end we decided to retain the word practical for a reason. You know, the general Nigerian populace and the press usually characterizes the Nigerian engineer as an armchair engineer. There is only the X, the Y that they know, and there are no practical things that they do out. And so we said, okay, let's select a theme and highlight the fact that we have gone beyond the white text. And therefore, in line with this theme, we decided also to have a technical symposium accompanied by a technical exhibition that started yesterday and running until today. So that with the team, the press people are here and they will be able to witness the product of research and development that has occurred in engineering for the past few years. And therefore we titled the exhibition Ground Meets Town. There are other corporate bodies that are also participating in the exhibition, and we urge you at the end of the lecture to also take time to look at the exhibition ground. Following the past traditions, we have always asked and accomplished and distinguished people in the field, either in politics or in administration or in engineering, to deliver this lecture. In the past, personalities like General Olusegun Obasanjo and Dr. Lasef have delivered this lecture. So this year, for the very first time, the board said, look, now in engineering we have had the first female professor, we have had the second female professor, we also had the first female head of department and second head of department. Is it not wise that we now go also for the first Herbert Macaulay lecturer to be female? And we also supported that motion, and here we are today. And we started searching, and it didn't take us long. We zeroed our mind to the DG and CEO, the managing director and CEO of the Nigerian Satellite Communication Limited, who is very, very accomplished in that field. And we approached her and we did accept. So thank you very much indeed. Now, because of the interdisciplinary nature of engineering, and for us to use the Herbert Macaulay lecture to demonstrate that yes, the lecture series is actually very multidisciplinary, we've also selected the lead speaker who has chosen the theme, practical implications of hydrological data, applications in agriculture and environmental management. And one of us, a lion too, decided to take off that name. He's in the person of Engineer Clement, the Director General and CEO of Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Limited, and also the hydrological advisor of the federal government. So he will going to do justice to this theme to anchor the lecture as the lead lecturer. Of course, I've already mentioned Engineer Paul Eke in my opening salutation, who is going to anchor this. He's a professor of digital twin technology and systems engineering, Royal Practice Professor of the Royal Academy of Engineering, UK. As usual, we thank the Vice Chancellor and management team who has always given us support and encouragement in all our endeavors. I especially have to recognize the young mind that are sitting to the left of me and over there. Those students, there are SS1 and SS2 students of the University of Nigeria Secondary School. We made a conscious decision when I look at the CV and profile of the lecturer. She's into early child education, youth empowerment, social entrepreneurship, angel investment. And we said, let's guide them young. That the university secondary school is part and parcel of the university. And we pleaded with the Vice Chancellor, the principal of the university, from the secondary school, who got permission from their parents. And we have 40 of them seated here. Especially organizing. What we are discussing today, I'm sure in the nearest future, some of you will be here in the Faculty of Engineering trying to implement what we're going to say today. So, on behalf of the entire staff of the university, the Faculty of Engineering, we welcome all the stakeholders here, both the industry and the academy and the general public present to the 2024 20th Herbert Macaulay lecture of the Faculty of Engineering. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do a better applause for the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Professor Emily. Thank you so much, Prof. And let me use this opportunity to recognize so many other guests who are seated. I'd like to seize this opportunity to recognize the presence of the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administrations of our great university, Professor Pat Uche Oko is right here with us. I'd like to also very respectfully recognize the presence of Professor P.I. Uche. Professor P.I. Uche, most welcome. I'd like to also welcome Uguaro in our midst. Professor Corey John, you're most welcome. We also have here Professor Steve Wanya. Can we applaud him, please? Let me recognize Professor Zel Joko. We also have Professor Chidi Amechi right here with us. It's my pleasure to especially recognize Engineer Professor Okafo. Engineer Professor Okafo is right here. Please, can we applaud him? We also have Engineer Professor Eliu Ami right here with us. Please clap for them, it's not easy. Let me recognize Engineer Professor Ozemena Ami. We also have Engineer Professor Howard Joko right here. Engineer Professor V.S. Aibidion is also here. I'd like to recognize Engineer Professor Cosmas Ani. We also have Engineer Professor Boniface Ubushu right here with us. Can we applaud them? And let me seize the opportunity to also recognize Engineer Joel Ezubu Arapadobi. We're pleased to have you, sir. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I will come back to do some more recognitions, but let me very specially seize this opportunity to recognize the very amiable students of the University of Nigeria Secondary School. Can we applaud them once more? And so, going forward, I'd like to especially invite the 15th Vice Chancellor of our great university, the first Lion Vice Chancellor, the Lion King of the day. Talking about Professor Charles Arinze-Chukwuigwe, FAS, as he steps up to take his address.
Thank you very much. Principal officers of the University of Nigeria here present, the guest lecturer, the person of Engineer Mr. Jen Ukechi Egerton Edehen, the chairman of the 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture, and the person of Professor A.K. from University of Leeds, the distinguished lead speaker of the day, Engineer Clement Onyaso Nze, who happens also to be a Lion. Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration Emeritus, the Dean Faculty of Engineering, and other deans here present, other directors of institutes and centers, distinguished professors, emeritus professors here present, distinguished academics, especially those of the faculty board of the Engineering, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, distinguished academics, distinguished university administrators. MC has recognized every other person, but I want to recognize, as we were recognizing these, in those days we call them from, I don't know what form now, SS1 and SS2. It used to be from 4 and from 5 students. I have the pleasure to also introduce my mentor, who is here. The person who mentored me while I was in the high school over there as a almost a toddler that couldn't wash his clothes, and he was in Form 5. And instead of me serving him, he was serving me. He's here present, and he is, I didn't invite him. I happened to see him there, and engineer from some project quickly called my attention because they know that I respect him a lot. I wouldn't have been vice chancellor if not for that man. He retired as a director of geophysics in Federal Geological Survey. He's there sitting quietly. I'm sure when you see him, you will not recognize his age. He's Chief Dr. Clement Amechi Uja. He's there. Please, can you other special guests in our list, alumni and alumni, lions and lionesses, members of the 4th estate of the realm, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture. The Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture is a biannual event which began in 1980 in honor of a visionary engineer, architect, surveyor, and foremost nationalist, Herbert Samuel Hillers Macaulay. Herbert Macaulay was born on November 14, 1864 to Thomas Babington Macaulay, the founder of the popular Seventh Grammar School, Lagos, and Abigail Crowder, the daughter of Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowder. Seventh Grammar School happens to be a very popular school, and I'm proud to say that I also attended an Anglican grammar school. His parents positively influenced people's life, and their song told their line. Herbert Macaulay was one of the first Nigerian nationalists, and his opposition to many colonial policies paved the way for the independence of the present Nigeria. Together with our own Honorable Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, in 1944, he co-founded the Nigerian Council of Nigeria and Cameroon, otherwise known as NCNC, and became its president. He died in 1946 at the age of 82 years. The University of Nigeria has always recognized the great contributions of this great person. Thus, through the Faculty of Engineering, she has initiated this biannual lecture series in order to achieve the following number of goals. 1, highlight the several faces of a man who has been described as the father of Nigerian nationalism. 2, encourage present-day engineers, surveyors, architects, and indeed other professionals to learn from his professional lifestyle and make every effort to leave good footprints on the sands of time. 3, map out strategies and mobilize resources to improve the teaching, learning, and research environment within the Faculty of Engineering and the university at large. 4, identify major national issues of engineering importance, and through learned discourse, provide engineering solutions to them. And I believe that this lecture will be able to address these goals. The theme of the lecture is harnessing practical engineering solutions to sustainable economic development. This is very hard for Nigeria and the world over, where sustainability is the current change goal for every developmental solution. I am very happy that very distinguished professionals have gathered here for the discourse. I therefore strongly believe that the question of how and means of financing practical engineering solutions for sustainable economic development of at least Nigeria will be profiled here. And this is in line with my ideology. In line with my ideology in the sense that if you look around, you will see that electricity is becoming, electricity for instance, I'm not talking about other things, but electricity in this country has been very soon, will be out of reach of the common person. Now that it is now being graded band A, and you people know better than I do. And there's no way the common man of this country or the masses of this country can escape the challenges of course, the supply or the transmission and distribution is already poor. But what we are envisaging in the next few months and in the next few years is that it might come to a situation where myself, yourself, and every other person, except all the DGs in this room, may not be able to afford electricity any longer. And I put this as a challenge to our Faculty of Engineering through our Department of Electrical Engineering that electricity must be made very, very accessible to every person, very low or very high. I understand that the university as an entity has been graded in the A band regime. I don't know how this university and the other universities, especially the federal universities, will be able to match the escalation of tariffs and all the rest of them. So the Faculty of Engineering, while you are thinking of practical harnessing, I am a practical person. Dean, I hope you are listening. Don't disturb the dean this time because I know he's making effort. But I want to put it to him now, like the lawyer should say, that the time has come whereby the University of Nigeria should be able to harness, distribute, and utilize, and even give out, when we talk about Ghana and town, give out to the surrounding communities free or very cheap electricity. We should be able to take care of ourselves. Otherwise, why are we going to so at the appropriate time, I'm sure, whether I'm here or not, the University of Nigeria must use it to war. So I want to associate myself with the theme of the conference and once again welcome you to this 20th edition of Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture and wish you very, very fruitful deliberation. At this point, I wish to declare the lecture open, and of course, I wish all of us a very fruitful and fruitful deliberation. Go sincerely, Professor Charles Arize Chubikwe, Fellow of Academy of Science, Vice Chancellor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do a better applause for the Vice Chancellor of Cambridge University, Professor Charles Arize Chubikwe. Thank you so much. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize very many others who are yet to be recognized. It's my pleasure to recognize Mrs. Linda St. Wafo, the Chief Enterprise Business Officer, MTN. Please, can we appreciate her presence? Let me very specially recognize the presence of the Managing Director, Azura Power. Very specially, I'd like to recognize and welcome to the high table, Engineer Edu Okeke. Please, can we appreciate him? There are also a number of professors yet to be recognized.
I've just spotted the former Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Professor Va Ekeju. Please can we appreciate him? I'd like to specially recognize S-Chief Experience Officer MTN, Andrew Ezemezie. Please put your hands together for him, please. I'd like to also recognize MD Infratel Tola Yusuf right here with us. Please put your hands together for him. And we also have right here with us the owner of Daily Times newspaper. All these personalities came along with the guest lecturer, talking about Fidelis and Osike. Please can we put our hands together and celebrate him. We also have here with us, all the way from the University of Delta Amo in Delta State, the head of the Department of Computer Engineering, Engineer Gertrude Omorije. Please, you're most welcome. And so we will swing into the next program and then come back to do some more recognitions. I'd like to call for the next item, and that is the citation of the guest lecturer. I'd like to call for the citation of the chairman of the occasion, please. And it's my pleasure to invite Associate Professor Benjamin Usejewan to take the citation. Please can we appreciate him as he steps up. Chairman, sir, we crave indulgence, please, abstaining for your citation. Can we appreciate the chairman, please? Professor Paul Eke, all the way from the United Kingdom.
Thank you so much. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol as I read the citation on Professor Paul Eke, the 2024 Chairman of the Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture Event.
Who is this man?
Professor Paul Eke is a global renowned professor of digital twin technology and system engineering. He's a renowned academic of engineering professor of University of Leeds, United Kingdom. He is also a chartered engineer with over 25 years of broad experience with solid engineering skills gained from national and multinational companies, including oil and gas companies, energy companies, and so on, to mention but a few. It may also interest you to know that this distinguished icon is also a principal engineer, an entrepreneur by excellence, a philanthropist, an academic juggernaut, a satisfied management consultant, a manager of various projects, an executive director and administrator of great repute. He has also delivered so many services in energy engineering, environmental engineering, civil engineering, oil and gas engineering, water and waste water engineering, renewable energy, energy transition, emissions abatement, carbon capture, utilization and storage, engineering designs, business and technology development, academia, research and development, project management, to mention but a few because the list is inexhaustive. Professor Eke holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Chemical Engineering from Enugu State University of Science and Technology. He proceeds to United Kingdom, where he had his master's degree in oil and gas engineering from Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, UK. And also is a holder of Doctor of Philosophy in Civil and Environmental Engineering from the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom. He is an Executive Director of Pipeline Limited, which is a diverse company engaging in energy, environment, and engineering services. He provides technical and commercial leadership. He also trains, supervises, and mentors teams of engineers, consultants, managers, and researchers to perform projects globally. He works exhaustively with professionals, partners, academia, governments, reputable companies, several reputable companies. Professor Eke is currently a Royal Academy of Engineering practicing professor at the University of Leeds, United Kingdom. He supports and contributes directly to teaching and learning in the university's engineering programs by integrating the digital twin concept within existing traditional model and delivering this in an industrial context to maximize impact on students' learning. He also introduces special modules such as the digital twin technology, system engineering, machine learning, and artificial intelligence application, and uses his industrial knowledge and skills to enhance engineering students' employability. Furthermore, as part of the appointment with the University of Leeds, he uses his expertise to contribute to various activities and adds value to students' experience. These include course development, curriculum and teaching quality improvement, workshops, supervision of individuals and group works, teaching, mentoring, and guidance to maximize students' capabilities and employability, and enhance sustainable and innovative engineering practice. Professor Eke's expertise and research interests are vast, including digitalization, water and wastewater engineering, system engineering, energy transition, process engineering, digital twin technology, artificial intelligence engineering applications, renewable energy, emissions abatement, decarbonization, and the development of technologies for use in enhancing secure smart waters, carbon dioxide capture and sequestration, to mention but a few. This great icon is also a fellow Institute of Management Consultant. He is also a fellow Society of Environmental Engineer. It may interest you to know that he's also a Korean registered engineer. He is also a senior member, American Institute of Chemical Engineer, a senior member, Society of Petroleum Engineers. He's also a chartered engineer, United Kingdom Engineering Council, chartered environmentalist, certified management consultant, to mention but a few, because the list is inexhaustive because of time. Professor Eke has authored several books and published several technical papers and delivered numerous presentations at national and international seminars, workshops, and conferences. At this juncture, the Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to present Professor Paul Eke for the Award of Exceptional Achievement. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we do a better applause for the chairman as I invite him formally to take his address.
The Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, which is so dear to me growing up, because I keep remembering lion and lioness. I grew up knowing and was informed by my elder brother that if you do not go to UNN, if you are not lion and lioness, you do not go to school. So most of the time, I keep remembering this. I will stand on existing protocol. Today's Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture. Olaika Herbert Samuel Hellas Badmus Macaulay is such a great man. The VC have read a little bit about it, but today I will give my own perception of what I do understand from this great man. This man do not only study engineering, though he read civil engineer and other stuffs, University of Plymouth, England. But there's one distinguished stuff about this, which is a kind of a feature for all engineers. He applied what engineers do today. We apply critical thinking. We are kind of innovators. We bring a lot of things to be. That's why we enjoy built environment. From his own background, this is exactly what he did when he put up that aspect of thinking in national interest and trying to come up with an idea that Nigeria should not be governed the way it was governed under the colonial masters. So this great icon, University of Nigeria and Nsukka have done something unique that should be emulated on national universities or national level or even international level. This demonstrates a significant way of celebrating engineer of practice. Though he practiced survey architect, he was also a musician and a journalist. This great man, this great icon, did exceptionally well with our own dear Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe to put up a timeline and the planning from the NCNC to the liberation of Nigeria and coming up with the idea that got us out of the British leadership. So, anchoring this on today's lecture, I must say that Herbert Macaulay's way of life is quite useful in today's theme. His idea of harnessing not only engineering practice, but cross-posting those ideology into national politics that brought up most of the development we have noticed in the past. Today, we are here with another team, which is similar to his own idea. We are here with a team of harnessing practical engineering solutions for sustainable economic development. In a day like this, where Nigeria is going through a lot of struggle, it is very important we talk about the integration of digital transformation. As we discussed today, we will talk more into application of engineering. Some of us spend most of our life practicing and applying engineering principles. From the knowledge we gain from the universities, the application of engineering are those things we would like to integrate properly from every student that study under the University of Nigeria and every other university in Nigeria. We will work with this university to integrate various aspects of digital transformation. When I heard that the DJ and other colleagues that's already championing and or some of the organizations focusing on digital transformation, it was easy acceptance for me to say that I will be here to chair this function. So, as we move on today's deliberation and lecture, we will not only deliver lecture, but we plan to take this to another level by integrating various digital transformation to today's data. We plan to do this by kicking off such center as part of what the Dean of Engineering is already doing. So by the time we do this, take it from the initial concept to application to integration of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other data sciences into this. So when this center kicks off in UNN, that way we'll have an idea of escalating this to other universities as well as industrialization part of it, because this is already going global. Everywhere in the world they explore such operations. Those technologies are not new. Some of them have been existing, though we keep hearing names that makes it sound new. But that is not real, because in advanced world, all these are already in a commercialized form. They are this part of their day-to-day activities. So without speaking more or getting aware of the distinguished lecturer of the day, I'm quite thrilled, like you, most of you have done, to have the first female engineer to deliver the 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture. So I'll stop so far and come back at some point. Thank you.
Very many thanks to you, Professor Paul A.K. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for the chairman of the occasion once more. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to seize this opportunity to recognize the presence of Engineer Professor C.C. Mbajogu. Can we appreciate his presence? We also have here Engineer Professor Edelugo. Engineer Professor Suleiman is also here. We also have Engineer Professor W.I. Okonkwo. And at this point in time, I'd like to seize this opportunity also to recognize a great mentor to our Vice Chancellor. The Vice Chancellor mentioned him while he was delivering his address, but I'd like to formally and respectfully recognize his presence, the former Director of the Federal Mines and Power. Please put your hands together for him. Sir Dr. Clement Ubuja, we are pleased to have you, sir. And going forward, I will be inviting the Associate Professor Benjamin to step up again and take the citation of the lead paper presenter of the keynote speaker, talking about Engineer Clement O. Nze, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency. Please
Please, sir, may you stand for your citation.
Thank you so much. I hope, Vice Chancellor, I think I will not be asking much if I will still ask for your permission to stand on the existing protocol as I read the citation on Engineer Clement Onyaso Nze, the lead speaker or keynote speaker of the 2024 Herbert Macaulay Memorial Event. Engineer Clement Onyaso Nze, who is currently the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, and also the Hydrological Advisor to the Federal Government of Nigeria, was born into a royal family of Ezinna Pa Gabriel Alago Nze and Lady Maria Owomomere Nze, both of blessed memory. Engineer Nze is a global renowned hydrologist, a distinguished hydrogeologist, an industrialist par excellence, a philanthropist, and administrator of great repute. It may also interest you to know that this great icon is an alumnus of this great and reputable standard of higher learning. Engineer Nze obtained his first school leaving certificate in June 1974 and graduated with Division 1 in his West African School Certificate examination in June 1979. In September 1979, Engineer Nze there's a typographical error. Here we'll have 1974 and it's supposed to be 1993. Yeah. And he graduated with Division 1 in his West African School Certificate examination in June. In September 1979, Engineer Nze proceeded to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to pursue a course in mechanical engineering, but later switched over to civil engineering after his first year, graduating in 1984 with a Bachelor of Engineering degree. He later obtained a master's degree in Water Resources and Environmental Engineering, also from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Under the auspices of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Vienna, Austria, he was trained in groundwater hydrology at the Institute of Hydrology, National Research Center for Environment and Health, New Hamburg, Germany. Before joining the federal service in 1993, Engineer Nze had worked for 9 years in various capacities, including project engineer and construction supervisor, in many engineering, consulting, and construction firms in different parts of the country. His work experience touched various aspects of civil engineering, including highway transportation engineering, water and wastewater engineering, structural engineering, building construction, to mention but a few. In August 1993, he joined the federal service when he was employed in the erstwhile Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Water Resources as a senior hydrologist cum hydrogeologist. He has over 38 years of professional work experience. with over 30 years spent in water resources and environment sector. Through thick and thin, he grew through the ranks and got promoted to the position of Deputy Director of Hydrology and Hydrogeology in the Federal Ministry of Water Resources before transferring his service to Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, which is a predecessor of Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Engineer Nze was later promoted to the rank of Director, where he headed the Department of Engineering Hydrology at the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency for 4 years. In October 2018, Engineer Nze was appointed Director General and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency by Mr. President. And considering his exceptional leadership skills, he was also reappointed for a second time in the office in October 2022. In his career progression in the public service under the Ministry of Water Resources, Engineer Nze has served and is still serving in other several capacities, including hydrological advisor to the Nigerian permanent representative with the World Meteorological Organization. He has also become a member Presidential Committee for Development of Comprehensive Plan of Action for Preventing Flood Disaster in Nigeria. A member, Presidential Committee on Flood Mitigation, Adaptation, Preparedness and Response. A National Project Coordinator, Niger Basin Authority. Chairman, Global Water Partnership. Specialist hydrologist on the Presidential Interministerial Implementation Committee for the multi-billion naira Gurara Phase 2 hydropower project, which is expected to generate about 300 megawatts. He's also a specialist hydrologist at the onset of Change Management Committee for the multi-billion naira World Bank assisted transforming irrigation management in Nigeria, TRIM project. He's also a member, President, Nigeria's Permanent Technical Committee of Experts, Nigeria's Permanent Technical Committee of Experts on Water Resources, on Nigeria-Niger Joint Commission for Cooperation. Also a member, Nigeria's Permanent Technical Committee of Experts, also on Water Resources, on Nigeria-South Korea Joint Commission for Cooperation. A member, also, Nigeria Permanent Technical Committee of Experts on Water Resources, on Nigeria-North Korea Joint Commission for Cooperation. A member also, Nigerian Permanent Technical Committee of Experts on Water Resources, on Nigeria-Cameroon Joint Commission, also on Nigeria-Benin Republic Joint Commission, to mention but a few. He is also a member of panel of experts for review of the environmental and social impact assessment report of the second Niger Bridge project. He's also a member, Technical Committee for the Development of Code of Practice for Urban Storm Drainage Infrastructure Construction in Nigeria. It may also interest you to know that this great icon, Engineer Nze, is a registered engineer with the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, current, and also a fellow of the following professional bodies. He's a fellow, Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's a fellow, Nigerian Institution of Water Engineers, fellow, Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, fellow, Geology, fellow, Geoinformation Society of Nigeria, fellow, Nigeria Association of Hydrologists, fellow, Nigeria Association of Hydrological Sciences. There are a lot of them here. Put your hands together for him, please. It's not easy to have attained such a height feat. Engineers has also attended so many professional management and administrative courses within and outside the country, and he is happily married with children. Vice Chancellor, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to present before you this distinguished, respectable, indefatigable, and indispensable personality, a colossal icon, an industrialist, a hydrologist, a hydrogeologist, and an administrator of great repute. Ladies and gentlemen, can you join me with a rising ovation, supported with applauses, as I present to you the key speaker of the 2024 Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture event. Thank you and God bless you.
Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, please. As we welcome Engineer Clement Ounze, please, for his presentation.
The Vice Chancellor, distinguished members of the High Table, ladies and gentlemen. Well, at times it can be confusing standing in a place like this, speaking in academic environment. All this jankara we do outside. So some of these final scenes, we don't know how to do them. So please, I hope I won't disappoint anybody. I wish to recognize my very senior colleagues in the department, Engineer Professor Nwoji and Chief Joel Ezegu, so that we are same class, 82. But very, very specially, let me recognize Engineer Professor Onyegebu. You were my academic advisor in year 1. But I will be glad to touch you, to shake your hand when I finish. Please. I came here in September as early as possible when school reopened in 1979. But Nsuka said you must get English before you read anything, even in engineering. So I didn't want to register. I used this AR, awaiting results. So by the time WAEC came out, I think October, I went to the school. My target was to see English. But as for maths, physics, and others, we are walk over. And I saw that I had 3 in English. I left watching the notice board, I left. Then I came and met Dr. I think CCO Ezilo. He was the head of the department in mechanical. Then he wrote on a piece of paper, Dr. Negegu, crisis, another student on academic advising. So I took it to him. I would say he was my closest contact as a first year student. He asked me, oh yeah, English, what did you score? He was asking me and was writing. I said, English, A3. Mathematics, physics, chemistry. Then he said, what are the orders? Then that was it. But fortunately, I don't know. It was their colleague, then Dr. G.U. Ojiako, that swept us into, me in particular, to civil engineering. During engineering 101, people were coming from different departments to introduce engineering to us. The way Ojiako presented the civil engineering, it made it to be the best thing that can happen to you. The best, if you study engineering, that of all the 7 wonders of the ancient world, 7 wonders, it was the only one that was not done by a civil engineer. That civil engineer did the 6. The others were one other one was done by other people. Then I applied to change to civil. Then my target was the highway engineering, from what he told us. Dr. A.H. Awad, at a time when I was not trying to change, I think it was getting the H, an Egyptian, he approved my change to civil. I had finished registration as a mechanical engineering student in second year before somebody said, he saw my name on notice board. Dr. Ibrahim was the head that time, civil. Then I had to begin afresh. Class admit card, this one, very peculiar. So that's just by the way. We had the topic given to me to speak on. Practical implications of hermeneutical data. The application in agriculture and the environmental management. By all standards, it is not only in agriculture and the environment that the hydraulical data is needed. It defines expression in virtually every dimension of our life. Hydraulical data. Unfortunately, data generally doesn't make noise. I mean, doesn't attract attention of policymakers. Because even if you give me 20 billion naira in a year for my project, when I finish, I will produce paper like this and give you. That's what I will end up with, data. Incidentally, this data is the key to whatever you want to do in water resources, in environment, and other sectors. Please, I will try to run fast. I'll be using my system. Well, they say next slide. I work in an agency, Nigeria Hydraulic Service Agency. It used to be a department that was the backbone of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources in terms of data for any development, whether it's in hydropower, irrigation, water supply. Hydrology is the key. Even your designs, your highway designs, bridges, and so on. Hydrology is the first point of call. So we used to be a department in the ministry before we now transform into an agency. I won't bore you with what we do, who we are, and so on and so forth. I want to get to the main issue. Now, to be able to study Nigerian water properly, Nigeria is divided into 8 hydrological basins. That is unit of measurement. Please go back to that map. Before I jump it, please let me take some time to say something about Nigeria hydrologically. Nigeria is one of the best drained countries in the world. In terms, once there is a precipitation, rainfall, Nigeria has the best topography, one of the best in the country, in terms of river systems that can discharge effortlessly, whatever be the runoff or the amount of rainfall. Nigeria is located in a very precarious way anyway. When you talk about the River Niger system, there are 2 major rivers that drain Nigeria. One is River Niger, which begins from Guinea-Conakry. We also have Guinea-Bissau, but it is Guinea-Conakry. River Niger comes from there, passes through Mali. From Mali, it comes to Niger Republic. Along the way, major rivers in Burkina Faso and Côte d'Ivoire drain into River Niger. And then from Niger Republic, it comes to Benin Republic. From Benin Republic into Nigeria. Then on River Benue axis, we have River Benue from Cameroon, coming down from Cameroon mountains. Inflow from Chad joins River Benue, and they meet in Lokoja. They move down to the Atlantic. For River Niger now, it is about 4,200 kilometers. While River Benue, when it is joining in Lokoja, is about 1,400 kilometers. Now, there are 9 countries that are brought together by the River Niger system. I've mentioned them. Guinea, Mali, Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad. Now, total area is 1.5 million square kilometers. That's total area. Human population is about 140 million. Nigeria occupies 30% of the land mass of 1.5 million square kilometers. And 80% of the 140 million people living in this basin, Niger basin, are Nigerians. So Nigeria has almost 100 million people living with what we call Niger basin. The remaining 9 countries have about 40. Whatever happens in Guinea, in Mali, in Niger, in Cameroon, they must find their way down to Nigeria. And Nigeria is at the bottom. If you use a washhand basin, that opening where the wastewater goes out, that's where Nigeria is, in the Niger basin. Coming from Niger, River Niger, about 6 countries from there also, River Benue, 2 countries, then Nigeria. All of them meet in Nigeria. If they do pollution in Guinea, Nigeria will be polluted. Likewise, upstream. But there is a step being taken to ensure that there is equitable utilization of the water resources of the Niger basin. You know, some time ago, there was a political brouhaha. They overthrew in Niger Republic. And Nigeria will supply 70% of power supply to Niger, just to discourage them from damming River Niger upstream. But anyway, they were able to build their own, after a series of agreements, build their own Kandaji Dam, which will begin in 2025. So that is the by the way. Now, Nigeria loses every year 200 billion cubic meters of fresh water into the Atlantic through Nigeria. All of them coming from various locations. They pass through Nigeria. A liquid gold, we lose it. Many countries don't have up to 2 months of rainfall in a year. I have been part of a negotiating team. At last I've led the team to negotiate between Nigeria and other riparian countries of their Niger system on how much they should take of their water. Mali, don't take more than 25%. So that Guinea will, Niger will take, Benin will take. If you take more, it will affect Nigeria. But the question that will be asked to me, to Nigeria, which you cannot answer, eventually, over 200 billion people has come to your country, and they west into the Atlantic. Rather, they cause a flood in Nigeria. Next slide. These are the hierarchical units to which Nigeria is divided, 8 of them. It gives you the population. Hierarchical area 1, area 2 to the area 8. 8 hierarchical bases. That's what Nigeria is divided into. It gives you the states that are covered in each of the bases. It goes further to tell you what is the amount of water available in each hierarchical area, and the number of dams each of the areas has. I did a little bit of a basic introduction to hydrology. I won't go into it. Hydrological cycle. Related sciences. Hydrology relates to hydrometeorology, to climatology, ecology, hydrogeology, hydrometry. But I'll be talking mainly about the data when I go further. The essence of data. I'm sure most of us was watch what happened in Dubai a few weeks ago. Because we are talking about sustainable development. What happened I was there in Dubai before I was there for COP28. And I saw how Dubai is. What happened in Dubai, although they are denied, I don't know which one is true. Whether they did the cloud city, that's what I believe. They must have done cloud city. Some say about either $20 million or $20 billion, I don't know. That the amount of rainfall that eventually came was uncontrollable. What do you think will happen to Nigeria in terms of sustainable development if such catastrophic flood and storm incidents take place in Nigeria? It will take you back, maybe even century, to come back again to where you were before. What can hydrology contribute to solve water issues? Extensive flooding, water scarcity, water quality deterioration, ecosystem decline, effects on global changes. Hydrology can also contribute to mitigate strategy or to address a whole catchment problem. Hydrology, basic knowledge of it helps to support life, civilization, sustainable development. There's a slide I'm showing here, the next one, not this. Why do we need hydrology? It shows the ecosystem, birds are flying. It shows about a drought when there is no rainfall at all. It shows about hydropower. You can't build a dam without adequate hydrological data. Some years ago, in the 90s, one military man with military fiat put up a dam somewhere in the North Central. No studies were carried out. A few years later, the entire dam, about 30% of time of the year, they all move. Nobody is guiding them. They come and stay a few months in Guru, here in Nigeria. After they go back to their countries of origin. I thought about data for hydropower. You can't just build any dam anywhere without having adequate hydrological data to understand the regime of the rivers. We carry out data collection on major rivers in Nigeria twice daily. Early in the morning, you can pick the data. In the evening, around 6 p.m., you can pick data. The more data you have, the better you can be informed in designing your dam to know the capacity But at times, politicians will not understand that. Like, we were having a meeting one day with the board of my agency. They were querying, why are you paying people we call gauge readers? Those who go to do physical measurement on the site. They called one of the people that will pay the money, they are by the number. When last did you go to the river to take measurement? The man answered, for 1 week I've not been there. Why? He said, nothing to read again, the river had dried. That is in the north. And the politician shouted, we are wasting government money. Then a professional in the team said, no, 0 is a very good number for us to work with. It gives us an information about that river regime. When we are putting it down, not only that, when there's water to take measurement. For irrigation, you can't just plan, I want to irrigate 10,000 hectares. I mean, without knowing the water balance of that area. Some states will apply to World Bank for loan. World Bank will come to us to ask us, does this state have water? And we'll do our normal work to tell them this is what it is. They might cancel that proposed plan to loan, or they may give to them based on our advice. Or else it will be a colossal waste. A president at a time had to do groundbreaking ceremony in one state to do sugarcane project for as alternative energy source, renewable energy. It was after he did it in Katsina, sorry, Jigawa, he now wrote to us to advise him. We did the water balance analysis of Jigawa State. We said, you can't carry out this kind of project in Jigawa. And that was the end of it. Or else, it could be call it elephant project also. Now, some equipment we use in doing our measurement. My God, nobody is seeing anything. We measure on our rivers what we call the stage. How does that river fluctuate? That's why we go there every morning to take a reading. We also measure the discharge. At what rate is this water flowing per second? How many cubic meters per second? We are interested. We document all this because once you engage any consultant that you want to build a dam, they are looking for data. If they don't have data, physical measurements, whatever they are doing is a guesswork. We talk about Mambila project, almost $6 billion. World Bank has to direct whoever is in charge as consultant, go and look for data. Let us see whether this work can be justified, whether it is possible. We have to give our own expert advice, or else you are wasting your resources. Okay, this is one of the locations we take measurement by the river, by the bridge. I have passed that place. We use both manual and automatic. The manual one, people go to take reading, take the stage, the height of the river every day. Then automatic one, we install what we call data collection platform. When you install it there, it has a georeference. Satellite picks information from there and transmits us in the office. It's telemetry, not like a telephone. We don't have to go to site to take reading. There's a map I showed here. I think you should continue, move further. Shows locations in Nigeria where we have our stations. Yes. That is it. We have both automatic and manual gauging stations. According to World Meteorological Organizations, which is the umbrella apex body for hydrological and meteorological activities all over the world, going by the size of Nigeria and the topography, geology, and other considerations, that we should have not less than 482 stations. But currently we are far below that that number. Talk about application of hydrological data in agriculture. I've mentioned the issue of irrigation. Now, let me run and maybe come to conclusion. Among the things we do in the agency is to issue warnings every year before the rain falls. The rainfall kickstarts. We call it annual flood outlook. The annual flood outlook is a scientific tool through which we disseminate information. We do serious modeling. There are all kinds of models you can use as applicable all over the world. We can use one they call soil and water assessment tools, SWAT. We can use HECRAS. We can use geospatial stream flow model, and a lot of them. We feed into these models the physical data you have collected about the river systems, about the amount of rainfall in the year, as NIMET will tell us, about the geology of Nigeria, which we have at our fingertips, about the river systems, temperature, humidity. We feed it into the system, the models, to give us an information as to what will happen most likely in the course of the year. Incidentally, one of the professors here, Professor Mbajo, is one of our key experts in the modeling we do. So we involve him every year. He used to come with his team. He's one of our experts in modeling. I think he specializes in SWAT. I'm being given a sign. Please go further. You see the disaster that happened in Nigeria as a result of flood incidents. Okay. Transportation. I'm sure most of us may be aware what happened in Lokoja in 2022, the highest flood incident in Nigeria, where east and north and south the road was cut. That for weeks there was no movement. Those carrying their cattle, most of them died inside the trailer at Kotonkarife. There was no movement. The river flew beyond its banks. Challenge in transportation. I'm talking about the issue of SDG or development. If the flood incident that happened in Dubai should happen in Nigeria, what is its implication to sustainable development? It takes you to ground zero at the end of the day. You talk about education. Flood incident in Nigeria has done so much to disrupt academic programs, especially at primary and secondary school levels. At such a time like this, schools are used as IDPs. I think in Adamawa, some local governments have lost their academic calendar in the secondary and primary schools because the schools were being used for IDPs. Also, on the health sector, groundwater is polluted, boreholes are polluted, all kinds of diseases are, follow it at the end of the day. Some people came back to their homes only to meet the hippopotamus and crocodiles inside their homes because the flood carried such animals into people's houses. Yes, I mentioned the education. There's a map. Go down. Where we do our prediction, we give you what is most likely going to happen in the country. For instance, for 2024, we have predicted that not less than 144 local government areas in Nigeria from 31 states will be heavily impacted by flood in the course of the year. 144 LGAs in 31 states. will be heavily impacted. And additional 249 LGS in the whole country, including Abuja, will suffer another degree of flooding incidents in the course of the year. When we issue the advisories, governors have been notified ahead of time, and they are expected to cascade the information to the communities to take necessary actions on what you should do to your environment. The red color shows you where it will be heavily impacted. The yellow follows to another degree. But we are, not unmindful of climate change issues. There are some locations where you predict it might be very high, might be moderate, or where you say it might be moderate, might eventually end up being so high. We produce what we call flood vulnerability map, with which it can guide developers, guide the states when they want to put structures, whatever they want to do. But you don't do it within the confines that the flood must possess in the course of the year. We talk about the groundwater modeling. In some parts of Nigeria, due to groundwater being mined, it has led to depletion of the groundwater. So we have to do some studies to tell you this is how much you can abstract water in such an environment. Like in Medugri, for instance, and Yobe, they are going to the third aquifer level, 250 to 600 millimeters depth, because the first aquifer level had been exhausted. They were mining the water, no replenishment or recharge. When there are so much details in the document, which I know it will be made available to whoever needs it. That maybe when you read it better, you will understand. The issue is this: with the hydrological data, whether you are building your airports, highways, your drainages, your bridges, you need the hydrological data. Whether it is dams, irrigation facilities, you need the hydrological data. CCECC is building some railway lines in Nigeria. They have to come. Please give us the data about these rivers will be crossing from, I think, Adaiwa to Kano. Let us know the level of water in this over the years so that we know how we can size our bridges that will carry the railway lines. So, hydrological data has application in several aspects of our national life. Let me say thank you. Eventually, I couldn't become a highway engineer. I don't know. I ended up in this one over 30 years. I wanted to go into highway, but see where I'm talking about water. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do a better applause for our dear engineer Clement Nze, the Director General and CEO, Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency. Please put your hands together for him for that wonderful and insightful keynote.
Your own local government, you can look out for it. This is a Oka. You should find out whether you are safe. We are in Anambra in 2018 to inform about the flood in Nigeria. The man in charge of emergency management said he's not coming. We finished our work and left around 16th of June 2018. By 27, Anambra was inundated, and the newspapers reported. The village of former vice president, the village of governor, the village of Soludo have been submerged by water. I said that is correct. You need to listen to us.
Very many thank you. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, can we applaud the keynote presenter? Before I move straight into the next item, I'd like to quickly recognize some personalities who are yet to be recognized. I'd like to first of all recognize some of the heads of department whose names haven't been mentioned. I'd like to recognize the head of civil engineering, Dr. Chichindu Ikegwane. Can we applaud him, please? We also have the head of metallurgical and materials engineering, Engineer Professor ICE Ezema. Can we also appreciate him? And we also have the head of the newest department and the faculty, the Department of Nuclear Engineering, talking about Engineer Dr. Abo Cornelius. Can we appreciate these ones? And so, ladies and gentlemen, we also have some other eminent personalities who are here. Here with us, we have the manager, Nigerian Bottling Company, popularly known as Ama Breweries, Night Mile. We have here with us, and I'd like to invite him to the high table. He's also an awardee in this very auspicious occasion. Engineer Peter Annie, you're most welcome. Please, can we appreciate him and welcome him to the high table? I'd like to very respectfully recognize the presence of all members of the Senior Staff Club who are here in their numbers. And most importantly, I'd like to crave indulgence to recognize the president of the Senior Staff Club of our great university, talking about Dr. Chidi Ugu, the most recognized. Let me also recognize Engineer L.M. Obi, who is here seated. I'd like to also recognize the former director of works of our great university, Engineer Tochukwu Osadebe. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to announce the presence of the Director, National Center for Energy Research and Development, UNN. Engineer Dr. Izuchukwu Francis Okafor is here with us. Can we applaud him? And at this point in time, without much ado, I'd like to quickly go into the next program, and that is to invite the Associate Professor Ben Boniface Anyaka to step up and take the citation of our amiable lecturer for today, talking about the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Communications Satellite, an amiable lady of substance, talking about Engineer Mrs. Jane Egerton Idehen. Please, can we appreciate her and put our hands together as I ask her to please stand for her citation.
Thank you, Okurora. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the chairman of this great occasion, members of the high table, great Agwabites, great lions and lionesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have here a citation on Engineer Mrs. Jane Nkechi Egentin Idehe, the 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture Series 2024 guest lecturer. The engineer lady you see standing before us is Engineer Mrs. Jane Nkechi Egentin Idehe, an elegant and illuminating woman engineer. Engineer Mrs. Jane Egentin Idehen is a tech giant executive, an author, and an angel investor. She is currently the Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited, the nation's foremost agency in charge of managing the operations and services of the communication satellites owned by Nigeria. She was the head of sales, Middle East and Africa for Facebook. Prior to that, she was the country manager, Nigeria, and the regional sales director for the West African branch of Avanti Communication Group PLC, a satellite company based in the United Kingdom with a fleet of satellites. She cumulatively spent 13 years in sales and management in the telecommunication infrastructure giant Ericsson. She also works as a cluster lead for Nokia Siemens network in West Africa. We shall be clapping as we applaud. Thank you very much. Engineer Mrs. Jane Nkechi Egentin Idehen was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. She graduated with a second-class upper division degree in electronic engineering in 2001 from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where the dignity of man is being restored. She later furthered her education at Warwick Business School in the United Kingdom, where she received a master's degree. Thank you very much for that clapping. She also received an executive education at both Harvard Business School and Yale School of Management in the United States. Jane has worked in the telecommunication industries in Africa for more than 17 years. Prior to working for Meta and Avanti, she worked for Nokia and Ericsson companies. Her knowledge of technology and her ability to manage complex stakeholder relationship are keys to her success. Engineer Mrs. Jane Nkechi Egentin Edehen is one of the few females heading key business areas in the tech industry. This has exposed her to numerous professional and personal challenges peculiar to women. Spurred by discussion with fellow female executives around the globe, Jane organized a forum at Ericsson in which emerging and experienced female leaders who support each other in developing their careers. The overwhelming success of the forum led to her to create Women and Career to reach women beyond her organization and to support girls seeking career after school. So we can see her passion for young ladies, our girls, school girls, and so on. This organization can be found. We can go to www.womencareer.com to see what actually she is doing. In March 2020, Jane published a book titled Be Fearless, Give Yourself Permission to Be You. An idea she drew from her more than 15 years of experience as a telecommunication executive in Africa to help women build lasting career, especially in the male-dominated STEM industries. This book hit 7 Amazon bestseller lists on March 17, 2020, climbing all the way to number 1. Jane's passion for promoting girls in science, technology, engineering, and math STEM can be traced to her undergraduate days as a member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, the IEEE. Along with the late Clementina Saduwa Ni Uviegara, she co-founded IEE Women in Nigeria. Can we give a hand for that? Jane has continued to be actively involved in speaking to girls and women about STEM careers. She has spoken at the TEDS program, the African Science Academy, Ashesi University in Ghana, and the CFA's Start-Ups Hangouts. The latter program, founded by Chukwuemeka Fred Agwata Jr., allows African entrepreneurs to meet, the network, and learn so that their startup can excel. Jane has also spoken at several television programs. It is important to note that Jane does volunteer work for the ACE Foundation's Young Career and Graduate Mentorship Program. She is an aspiring fellow for the Aspen Global Leadership Institute. She was a board member of the Ericsson Diversity and Inclusion and a Momo Maternity Heritage Division of Telefront Solutions. As a home girl at heart, she is active in giving back to the Ajegunle community of Lagos through the Zozo network. I'm quite sure too that she is willing in giving back to the University of Nigeria from where she came to. Some of the Jane Nkechi Egentin Edehin words is numerous, but I'm going to mention but a few, because if I start listing them here, it will take me 1 hour to do the listing, because they are numerous. So we can find here that Jane had a lot of speaking in the Lincoln Community School, Accra, about 2017. African Science Academy, Tema, Accra, about 2016. Akukwa Kente Here Foundation, Ebiri Hills, Accra, about 2016. Asheshe Innovation Experience, Asheshe University, August 2016. The Long Star FM, Accra, about 2017. Tech Trends Nigeria Channels TV, about 2017, September. Think Breakfast Series Nigeria, 2017. And so many and so many. Can we give a hand for that? Her recent speaking events and women and career sponsorships. We have them like Change Market Innovation Challenge Foundation, 2019. Wiki Loves Women, 2019. Joyous Fashion Brunch, 2019. Nigeria Com, 2019. There are so many of them that to start naming them, we might not want to listen to her voice again. So because an outstanding woman, an engineer, is going to speak to us today, we would want to make this brief and then listen to her golden voice. Engineer Jane, as a home girl at heart, we said, is active in the Ajegunle community from where she grew up. And we have said that she is equally willing to give back to us here in Nsukka, the University of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Mrs. Jane Nkechi Egentin is a woman of many potentials. We can see it from her citation that she's a woman of many potentials. An extrovert and a physical fitness proponent, an advocate, an exceptional woman engineer that supports everything good. She likes everything good. I think that is why she's here equally, because the University of Nigeria is a good university. Jane is happily married to her husband, Egentin Idehin, with 2 children, a son, Asha, and a daughter, Sarah. These children inspire her, Jane, to push further for diversity in male-dominant fields. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, the chairman, great Agbebites, great lions and lionesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this point to present to you all here this illuminating engineer, Engineer Mrs. Jane Nkechi Egentin, as the 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture Series 2024 guest lecturer. Please stand.
Shall we rise to welcome the first female Herbert Macaulay lecturer of a great university? Shall we rise to welcome the Managing Director and CEO Nigerian Communications Satellite? Please put your hands together and celebrate her. Thank you. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. I was going to start by saying I woke up this morning in my hotel room to the sonorous voice of Okpadiokun. I smiled and I said I'm home. I would love to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor. He stepped out. Professor Charles Arize Chukigwe. It's really an honor to now get to see him in person. And all the amazing work here. Do you know, Prof, I thought you stepped out. It's good to see you. I don't want to stand on all existing protocols, so I'm calling out names. Professor Paul Ike, Chairman of the Day, I really want to acknowledge you. Where is he? I went to, okay, that's fine. He's been very supportive. Dean, Professor Menike, he came to my office like three or four times. At some point I had to give it. It was like, he was so persistent. Woke up to that. My fellow DG, Engineer Clement, I really want to appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. I know we have some very interesting personalities, but I really want to acknowledge all the deans of faculties, the heads of departments, the professors all gathered. Like when they were reading out the names, I'm like, it is such an honor to be here. The alumni, I must call out the fact that I appreciate that. Great Abobites, where are they? Great. It's good to have them here. The Lion and Lionesses. We also have the media, actually, the gentlemen of the press. I must appreciate them. They are here. My lovely students seated there. It's always great to see students. Yes. I also want to call out some people from the industry that came. You know, we mentioned a couple of people. It's a story I cannot, you know, wherever I go, I think it's good to know that because I've been in the sector always supports. The Chief Enterprise Officer of MTN, Linda Senkwapa, thank you so much. The ex-Chief Experience Officer for MTN, Andre Semese, thank you so much. Different MDs from the sector, Tola Yusuf of Infotel, the owner of Daily Times, Fidelis, you cannot hide, thank you so much. Gertrude, the HOD for Unidel, thank you so much. I must say that I have my staff here, so I should acknowledge the NICOMSTAT staff. So these are the staff of Nigerian Communications Satellite. I see you. Thank you so much. Friends of the university, our great lion and lionesses, it's great to have everyone here. I wanted to start this lecture by just bringing us back to what I think is really important, which is the fact that we do this not just because it's easy. I know it's not easy to pull this off. It's not easy. But I don't think it was also easy for Herbert Macaulay if you know his story as well. We do things that are hard because in doing that we push not just the nation but our generation forward. So it's very great to see that we have the students here. So let's start with the title of today's lecture. And I leaned into the theme of the lecture actually. Championing innovation, a look at digital transformation in terms of economic diversification in Nigeria. But I thought, what a good way than to own it. So I decided to throw in an Igbo proverb there. We say that, for those of you that are not Igbo, it loosely translates to you do not actually stand in one spot to really enjoy and experience the masquerade. And the Igbos are known for the masquerades. So in very loose terms, it actually could mean something like there are different ways to skin a cat. You know, someone said that skin a cat is quite brutal, but it could mean something like that. But what I'm actually saying is, really inviting you, my erudite, learned audience, to reconsider take a different vantage point. Let's change slightly how we see diversification of our economy. And in order to consider this different view, just try a different option at this complex problem solving. I'm asking that we consider economic growth and diversification from the viewpoint of digital transformation. They say that information travels at the speed of light. Even my prof used to tell me that in the good old days. But today it's not just traveling at the speed of light. It's actually transforming every fabric of our society. There's a recent study that says that ICT, or this digital transformation, has the potential to add almost $5 trillion to the global GDP in 2025. So it's not just about latest gadgets and all these things that are happening. It's actually the ability to use technology to create new opportunities, to improve efficiency, to empower people. So this morning, let's view this massive masquerade. I just love it because someone called me today, I said, okay, maybe the masquerade is going to stay true. Let's view it from a different angle. So I aim to actually examine digital transformation in Nigeria as a pathway to economic diversification. I want to talk about some concepts I've used. I will talk about drivers of innovation. I think you start to get the point that I must love lecturing, isn't it? My classmates can tell. I will look at an overview of digital transformation and economic diversification in Nigeria. I will throw in some case studies. You always have to throw in case studies. Then we'll look at the challenges. How can we make it viable in terms of digital transformation in Nigeria? Then we should conclude with a way forward. It's always good to have some kind of recommendation. So concepts I would like to just clarify why we start. Innovation. There are all kinds of definitions out there. For me, just simply implementing new ideas, creating value. And creating value in a way that it results in the introduction of goods and services that improves the outcome of the market. It brings efficiency, effectiveness, it improves quality. So if I round it up, you always have to do a quote, isn't it? I want to lean into what Peter Drucker said. He says that innovation is the specific function of entrepreneurship where an existing business or a public service institution or maybe a new venture that is started by a lone individual, maybe some lone person in his family kitchen. That entrepreneur is now able to create new wealth-producing resources, endorse existing resources with enhanced potential, and ends up creating wealth. I really like that definition because I think it's going to take us down the journey where we are headed to. I also want to clarify what I mean by digital transformation. And for me, digital transformation is just that process of using digital technologies. Call it robotics, AI, machine learning, IoT, biotechnology, blockchain technology. All this technology to radically transform existing traditional and non-digital businesses. Because most times people think engineering is just for engineers or technology, we leave it to the technology people. But I'm sure most people in this room will say differently because now we're all using computers. Sometimes you don't even know how they created it, but we all have to use computers. Even our mobile phones are mini computers. So we need to recognize that value that it brings to the economy. Then I want to talk about economic diversification. Because it's a word we throw around a lot, especially looking at our current situation. Everybody's thinking about how can we improve the economy. But one of the biggest things we've had, especially post the peak in the 1970s with the oil, is the fact that we have been looking for ways to diversify our economy. So for me, it is shifting an economy away from what we call a single income source. So in a case where you're predominantly just dependent on one economy, you shift it to multiple sources. You grow a range of sectors or markets. So that process could include many forms. You could move a country from a primary sector, maybe a competitive sector like in the case of Nigeria, maybe in the case of Saudi in the Middle East. That competitive sector is oil. You could move it to a more distributed one, where you have other sectors that also pull their weight. But sometimes you just take a simple structure. If your economy had a simple structure, you move it to a more complex or formidable structure. Sometimes it's also a move from natural resources. If you're dependent on natural resources, you take it to non-natural resources. So there are different ways, like we say, we are going to skin this cat, but in different forms. That is the definition of economic diversification. Now, for today's lecture, I want to look at it from the angle of moving it from a primary sector, just one primary sector, to a more complex and advanced structure. I want to look at what we have done in other countries, countries like China, Korea, UAE, Rwanda, Finland, Estonia, Saudi Arabia, and the Middle East. How they have done that, that's what I want to consider. And I want to look at diversification of the economy as it impacts. We're going to look at it through the lens of contributing to the growth of capital, which is your GDP. Because for me, that's a key and important metric in measuring economic growth. A lot of us, we use GDP to do that. So that said, let's talk about digital transformation and economic diversification in Nigeria. And I want to tell it as a story because we have a lot of people, I must acknowledge a lot of people from the sector here. And for most of us, I think the story is not new. We can all relate. In the early 2000s, when President Obasanjo came in his second stint as president, he was implementing wider economic reforms. He privatized a lot of the sectors, public enterprises, and we wouldn't forget that he also deregulated the telecom industry. Stay with me, please, because even I was thinking 40 pages. I hope I don't bore you. So what happened when he did that is that that deregulation kind of increased private participation in the economy. And we saw it in terms of local and foreign investment coming into our nation's economy. But I think I want to look at through the lens of technology. We saw it by seeing global players in the telecommunications sector coming in. We all know MTN, isn't it? So MTN came, Airtel came, MTEL was there, of course, revamped. Later on, Globalcom actually came, and Etisalat actually came. So we actually witnessed some kind of unprecedented surge in digitization without knowing. I think it was accidental, actually. I believe it was, because I think the goal when he did that was privatizing, deregulating. Then he wanted to also provide accessibility and affordability. That was the intent when it was done. But he ended up doing much more than that. So by therefore privatizing and increasing private participation in that industry, we saw that it boosted a lot of foreign investment, it created job opportunities, it enhanced commercial activities, production, just basic things, just access for people. For companies, just the fact that you have staff that can now have mobile internet. During COVID, think about COVID. A lot of people during COVID worked from all kinds of places. Nothing could stop you, you could still work. A lot of us had to access services only through digital platforms. Schools had to use digital platforms. Even to see the doctor, you had to dial in and do a VC call. So you could start to see what mobile internet, mobile connectivity has done. So for consumers, I see it as creating convenience. It improved communication, access to information. Even in terms of consumption of entertainment, those of us that like to watch social media, Nollywood movies, we can now do that from anywhere. It also improved the use of utility apps, and I will come there because it created tech-enabled businesses. It changed the way traditional businesses operated. We saw that. It created new markets, new subsectors. We saw new local tech companies emerge. All of a sudden, we saw companies like Main One. I hope we know Main One, isn't it? That's an indigenous company that does fiber, subsea fiber. But it was actually homegrown. Companies like Rack Center, they do data center. Companies like Vodacom Business. So we saw all these companies coming. Fintech companies started coming in just because we could provide mobile internet. Payment companies like InterSwitch that were doing clearing, eTransact, Jobberman, Pagatech, Flutterwave, Paystack, the list could go on and on and on. But interesting is also we had disruptive tech startups that came in. What they did is that they changed the way traditional businesses were actually operating. So you have things like Andela that did outsourcing, not the traditional way. Hotels.ng, some of us probably have used it. If you don't use it's similar to if you had to do Airbnb. So in the good old days, that's not how you book a hotel. You actually have to call, ring, send an email. Now you go to an app or a website and you can make your booking. We had companies like Seamless HR, offering HR solutions, Reliance Health in terms of health insurance. New banks then started coming in. I'm sure a lot of us must have noticed. Sometimes they ask me, what's the difference between GT Bank, First Bank, and OPay? Why do you all lean towards OPay? I don't need to answer that. I'm sure a lot of people here, students can tell. But we have these new banks that came because they were disrupting traditional sectors. OPay, BPay, Kuda Bank, then also traditional sectors benefited. Agri, finance and banking, retail, manufacturing, because they use this technology to actually improve their cost, become more efficient. So the way I see it was win-win. Everybody won. Everybody won. They rode on the efficiencies brought by digitization. They automated their business process. They had access to large markets. That's one of the things we benefited, because you could reach anyone. Today, you go to Instagram and you decide you want to sell something. The person even trying to buy it from you come in the middle of nowhere. You have no barrier in terms of access to market. Your problem will even be how to deliver that product to them. Case in point, me. I remember refurbishing my house in Lagos, and I told someone that 90% of the vendors I used to refurbish my house, I found them on Instagram. When I travel, my assistant can speak to that. To get all the things I need, makeup artists, but those are other women, I just go to Instagram. I don't even know them. We just go there and we find them. So what it's been doing is creating for us new sectors, subsectors. And I think that graph shows it, because you can see what the GDP has been since we commenced on our ICT journey. I'm very happy NCC is here, because I got that data from them. Now, when we started, in terms of our GDP, ICT probably just contributed about less than 1%, 0.6% in 2001. By 2013, ICT was doing 8.5%. As I speak to you, Q1 of this year, ICT is doing 17% of your nation's GDP. So apart from the leading sector, which is currently agriculture, ICT is your number 2. When we look at tele-density, so tele-density is the way we measure in terms of the number of telephones or mobile phones you have, in terms of a cluster of individuals. So a cluster of individuals, amongst 100 people, how many people have phones? When we started our journey in early 2000, just one, okay, let's round it up, it's 1.8. 2 people would have a phone amongst the 100 in a cluster. By 2002, it moved. Then by 2013, it was about 90%. So about 90%. So if it's 100 people, 90 people will have phones amongst the 100. As I speak to you, December 2023, NCC reports that our tele-density is 103. That means amongst 100 people, we have 103 phones. So we have dual SIMs or dual phones. So people actually have 2 phones. Now, what does this mean? It means that we actually started the journey. Stay with me. Just view that masquerade from where I'm viewing it. We've already started the diversification, not like it hasn't started. Because as we speak, 40% of our GDP in 2010 has been straight from different sectors like agriculture and ICT. But we have already started to rebalance it. So that journey has started. But I think the journey needs to be intentional. We need to be focused, because from the metrics from where we see it, it might be the best way to skin this cat. The price per barrel of oil needed for Nigeria to balance her balance sheet is $139 per barrel. It is very difficult to maintain that, especially post-COVID. We're not alone, so don't think that we're alone in this journey. A country like Saudi, which we know is one of the top 10 as well, but they need just about $83 per barrel, so they are fine. UAE needs about $67 per barrel. So you start to see how vulnerable we are to fluctuating oil prices. It exposes us to external shocks. And we can't definitely sustain our growth if we are only dependent on one primary sector. What it has done for us is created 2 key issues. One, is almost difficult, our inability to meet our budgetary demands. I heard the VC talking today about, schools and funding for schools in the morning when we're having a courtesy call. And he even mentioned it here, the fact that maybe at some point only the DGs can afford to pay their power bills. It is true that we are struggling now to meet our budgetary demands because our oil funds has always met most of our capital expenditures, and it cannot continue to do that. Secondly, we tend to see that that vulnerability in oil prices or in the oil sector always affects our general society. Once oil price goes up, everything goes up. Even the price of okpa. I hope it doesn't go up though. Even the price of okpa might go up, but everybody then has a reason to increase transportation, even to make your head to buy. Everybody will tell you the price of oil has gone up, and that's why they're increasing. But we start to see the hike in the price of goods and services, and we also start to experience layoffs in the labor market. It is not a good place to be as a nation. So what I'm asking is that, how can we really harness Nigeria's true potential? We can't just be dependent on one viewpoint. Why don't we reconsider what we already have? I'm not even saying go somewhere and create it. I just spoke about what the telecom sector did when we privatized and deregulated it. So I'm saying, why don't we just embrace digital transformation and use it to foster the innovation and economic growth we want to? And in that way, we can use it to affect every sector. There will be no limitation. Finance, insurance, agriculture, trade, nobody will be left. Nobody will be left. It has that ability to do that and create that prosperous economy we are looking for. So stay with me and just imagine, consider that we have this country where small just farmers, call them small farmers, because when we say big farmers, you start thinking about big farms. If they actually had access to digital tools, just tools that will give them access to real-time information. It could be market data. It could be even the price of cassava or yam or palm kernel. They have real-time data with their mobile phone. As they're going into that farmland to decide if you want to harvest or not, you can actually check the selling price. It has that ability to just unlock economic value at all these levels. Look at it also from the point of entrepreneurs. Just think about young entrepreneurs, and we'll come to that. Just having access to these technologies we've been mentioning. Professor Ike was talking about technologies like AI, which is quite vampire. A lot of us are using ChatGPT now for almost everything. AR, VR, cloud computing, it is turning businesses around. We will come to that. These technologies, the interesting thing is that they have the ability to even create jobs, not in the urban areas, from wherever you are. I have had people work for me that I've not even seen. My first assistant worked for me for 2 full years before I saw her. She was a first-class student at Tunidike. I had never seen her, but she was my virtual assistant for 2 years. I have engineers that work for me from all over. We don't even know where they work for because we don't need to. That's what technology has the ability to create. So we can actually create in Nigeria where we just don't have these types of solution, use it to innovate. But something I like to talk about, we also not just export talent, because that's what's been happening now, the brain drain. We want to also export our own product and services. We want to build companies that just don't produce and innovate for Nigeria, they can actually export. So I wanted to go ahead and pause 1 second. Thank you very much. So let's talk about how other people have done it. Let's talk about some case studies. I chose 3 distinctive case studies because I thought it was interesting to also, mix it up a bit. I chose one country that started way back before anybody saw it coming. It's a European country. I chose another one that decided to use it to influence all the agenda, every sector, even the national strategy. Then I finally went for someone I thought that, maybe looks like us, just totally dependent on oil, but is looking for a way out. And I thought it would give us a rounded viewpoint of how others have done it. So my first case study is Estonia. Estonia, I know some of you wondering, where is Estonia? Very small. It's just the size of Togo, by the way. The population is just that of Swaziland. But the interesting thing about Estonia, it used to be part of what we call the Baltic states, Soviet Union. But sometime just before the 80s, it was just totally dependent on the Soviet market. That's where, because it was really doing a lot of agriculture. So it had all its stuff for the Soviet market. Then all of a sudden, of course, we know that Soviet market or the Soviet Union ended up being Russia. And a lot of them started looking for a way out. Estonia decided to head for the free markets. So in the late 90s, Estonia looked west. They joined the World Trade Organization, European Union, NATO, anything you can think of, because they were looking for ways to move from socialism, communism, to more liberal markets. Okay, I thought it was up. And one of the great things they did is that they used ICT to do that. They also used it to reform every angles of their policy. They went for strong rule of law, stable legislation, they focused on research and development, and they decided to open up their books, their country for business. Today as we speak, because I'm also trying not to, my time is counting. Today as we speak, in the past decade alone, Estonia's GDP is not evenly distributed. From being just predominantly dependent on agriculture, is not fully, almost evenly distributed for the past 10 years. And Estonia seems to be one of the top players when it comes to digital transformation. Some of the things they did were things like e-government services. I know you say, oh, but we also have e-government services. I think the difference is that they focused on adoption. 99% of the companies created in Estonia are done online. 99% of banking transaction in Estonia is online. 98% of the people in Estonia would declare their tax income online. That's how far they've gone. We also have digital IDs, isn't it? National ID, they call theirs X-Road. 99% of Estonians have a digital ID. I'm just telling you how far they went. They focused on the digital economy, just using digital services and digital technology to drive the economy. So 99% of their public services today are entirely online. Everything to do. Broadband connectivity, from what we know, is 99% of the country. Then they went for privately held startups and innovation. They invested heavily in R&D. They don't have a lot of startups. That's the interesting thing. You just have about 1,400 or 450 startups. So compared to Nigeria, that's really small. But what I want to point out is that apart from all that, irrespective of 1,450, they have about 10 of them that are unicorns. Unicorns means a company that is valued over $1 billion. That's how accurate they are at going for such companies. And they did that by going for what we call deep tech. So they are known as the Nordic Deep Tech Valley. So similar to what we say, Silicon Valley in the US. They went straight for deep tech, AI, advanced materials, blockchain, biotechnology, robotics. They actually attracted people in that sector. They did what we call e-residency, where they can actually allow you to start a company, manage your business online from wherever for Estonia. So this is some of the interesting things and timelines we have there. They went through. And what did this result in? Efficiency, transparency in terms of government. Because people file their taxes online, like we said. Innovation and entrepreneurship. They're able to attract talent from all over in that very small country. Global recognition as well, because now everybody they're synonymous with digital efficiency and innovation. The second one I would like to talk about is Finland. I'm sure people are wondering, why is she always going to Europe? Okay, before taking this job, I used to live in Europe. So maybe a lot of this is leaning towards there. But Finland for me is also interesting because Finland housed Nokia. And I worked for Nokia Siemens for 2 years. Similar, small, not very big, just at the periphery of the Western world. Roughly the size of Congo. But post-World War II, they got into a quagmire. With the formation of Russia, they had to seize a lot of things. It cost them a lot of financial headaches. By 1980, because they were totally dependent a lot on agriculture, 9% of the country's cultivated area they had to give out. 11% of their forest they have to let go. 11% of their production facility they had to let go in that creation of Russia. So what did they do? They just leaned into ICT. ICT industries, mobile phone companies, that's why we hear about Nokia today. It fueled the entire economy of Finland. And now we can proudly say that their GDP is growing faster than OECD countries. And how did they do it? Let's just speak to some of the initiatives they did. One of the things they did, which I don't think it was sudden because it was subtle already, they had already started in many ways, is that they were promoting industrial policy, just to transition to high-tech economy. As early as the 1980s, they were already doing that. So what they were really focusing, just making sure it influenced some of the decisions they took. They created that ICT cluster in Finland. They created a master plan for it. Policy and R&D was very key. They were one of those governments we believe were even investing in startup and tech companies. So companies like Nokia actually benefited from the Finnish government. They used a combination of government, industry, science and labor. So they were very good at co-creating, collaborating with stakeholders to push that ICT industry in a way that they were shaping, coordinating, resourcing science and tech. And what they gained from it? Lots of things. They even created what they call TAKES. TAKES is what we call, it's almost akin to what we call TED Fund. You know, TED Fund, the government agency that actually helps fund universities or research and development. But what they did differently is that when they created TAKES, TAKES was funding not just universities, polytechnics or academia, it was also funding enterprise. So they went for both. And by doing that alone, I think it's just 2009, TAKES had already invested, just in that 2009, 579 million euros just in projects. 343 million was for enterprise, 263 million was for academia, universities, polytechnics, public research institutes. So it's good to think about it. You cannot just wake up one day and decide that you're going to be a leader. You need to have a game plan. As a result of some of these policies, they've enjoyed high economic growth, and they are one of the 4 most competitive countries when it comes to economy amongst the EU members. Some of the impacts for them is that they've now diversified in the fact that they now have 3 strongholds in terms of their GDP contribution. It's now ICT, metal, and the paper industries, as opposed to what they had before. I really wanted to speak to some of the things they did, but we'll tag along because a lot of things they did, smart cities, digital health, the Finnish government has been very, very, very intentional in pushing ICT. But I want to talk about someone I think that is close to us, because in many ways I think Saudi is almost close to us in some of their issues as well. A lot of people might, like many years and for lots of years, everybody saw Saudi as a closed market. I also saw Saudi as a closed market. I think what opened my eyes was when I started working for Facebook and I had to head Middle East and Africa. So it required that I had to travel a lot. And I had to go to the Middle East a lot, all 19 countries of the GCC. My reservations were thrown out of the window. That was the first place I got the fastest and easiest visa as a Nigerian passport holder. So one of the things we know Saudi for is that they're one of the largest economies in the Middle East. They do have 15% of the world's oil reserve. 40% of their youths are less than 25, so very similar to Nigeria. The population is not like us, they're just 34 million. We are over 200 million. They have one of the largest GDP in the Middle East, but just like us, their main source of GDP is oil. It contributes to over half of Saudi's GDP. So what did Saudi do? Oh, by the way, they're also Muslim majority, so maybe that we could find some similarity there because the others are more European. In 2016, because this came from the top, Saudi created a plan they called Vision 2030. I don't know if anybody has heard of that Vision 2030. It was actually chaired or conceived by the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. So what he did was focus his reform on three major pillars. He wanted reforms in the public sector, in the economy, and in the society as a whole. But what he wanted to do was push a thriving economy, and he wanted to do that by unlocking the potential of non-oil sector. So his intention was to diversify the economy of Saudi from oil. It's more recent. I'm sure you'll be saying 2016, how far? It's just, how many? 7 years. But it's interesting to note that as we speak today, since 2016, their GDP for non-oil sector has already moved from 40% to 45%. So they seem to be doing something. Maybe you can say, oh, the impact is still too early. Yes, I still think it's too early to judge. But in the past 5 years, people and everybody knows that Saudi is really transforming. A lot of you must have heard about, now women can drive in Saudi. Prior to when I went, I was told you can't even have men and women in the same location for events like this. You have to separate them. And also in offices. So Saudi had social issues. Because of the dependence on oil and maybe cultural issues, they actually had productivity issues, even worse than Nigeria. So work ethic among young people was like really low. They lacked skilled labor because everybody was looking up to oil. Saudians or people from Saudi think that blue collar work is diminuting, so they leave that to the migrant workers. So that has always affected their productivity. In Saudi, the state is predominantly in control of everything. So allocation of resources, everything, distribution of goods, services, products. We talk about quotas here. Go to Saudi and you see them talk about quotas. Then also, Saudi has also struggled because it's also a religious destination. And they really are struggling with creating that free liberal market, globalizing, opening up, and still maintaining and preserving their culture. So people from Saudi really struggle with cultural change. They're struggling with how to integrate to the free market because most of them perceive that as a threat to their culture. So they do have issues. They're not perfect. But what they've done with that 2030 is that they've been intentional and they've created programs. They have key initiatives in the SME. Some people must have heard of the NEOM project. The city they're building, the NEOM City project. Digital infrastructure, they are going in. Saudi is one place that I've seen that you can put up a structure. The only limitation is time. You just tell them how much is it going to cost. That structure will be put up. They are so bent on catching up. E-government services, like I told you, that was the fastest place I got a visa. When they first told me, I was reluctant. I'm like, I don't want to go there and you send me back. No, come madam, we will give you the visa at that. They told me I was going to be given a visa on arrival. I really doubted it. I called all the embassies in London, all the embassies in Ireland. But true to their word, I got there, the lady opened the computer. 20 minutes later, I had my visa and I walked away. Digital economy promotion. Saudi actually went ahead and created their own investment arm. I don't know if anybody have heard of the Saudi Venture Capital, where they intentionally invest in non-oil sector because they want to grow that digital economy. Digital skills development all around the places. They are bent on actually educating, creating digital literacy amongst their population. Now, I keep saying that the impact, it might be too early, but there's already some perceived impact. If I quote McKinsey, if Saudi continues on this journey, it is believed that over 70% of this revenue can end up being non-oil by 2030. If Saudi continues on this journey, it is believed that that issue they have with productivity, the private sector is likely going to rise from providing 19% of their workforce to probably 58%, because now it's the public sector that does that. I'm sure the timekeeper is saying, Akwala bin Sako. Loosely translated, have we been grounded yet? Have we landed? We are getting there. We'll soon land. Hang in with me. If I look at the challenges for Nigeria, so what is preventing us from being viable with digital transformation? I would say we have two, maybe I'll lean into three. One, we actually do need an educated workforce. Not just education, that people have degrees. Because if people have degrees and still afraid of technology, digital literacy is important. We need capital. We cannot say that enough. Institutions like this that are the bedrock of research and innovation should not be struggling for funds. Thirdly, I think we need institutional reforms. And I will clarify as I go further. But don't lose faith. I don't think all is lost. If we embrace this viewpoint, like I said, there is potential. There's potential in agriculture, smart farming. And I keep saying that because I like to tell stories. I'm just imagining my uncle. My uncle is called David, my father's younger brother. He goes to the Ugu, my farm, from where I am in Umuwara, local government, in Imo State. I imagine him using his mobile app, like I said, to access real-time weather data and market prices before deciding to harvest his palm kernel fruit. We are known for palm kernel fruit where I'm from. I imagine large farms like Baba Gona, one of the world's largest farming operations. It's actually a collective large farm with over 140,000 acres of maize farmlands. They pull together over 80,000 member farmers to form it. So I imagine farms like that being able to remotely monitor their farms by a surveillance and a camera surveillance system with night vision. And the fact that they can do it, but do it from anywhere. So you own the farm, you don't have to be in the farm to monitor it. You can even travel to the US and monitor your farm there. I imagine the fact that they can sell their produce online on a digital platform. The logistics will be done even from there. I imagine the fact that they would have IoT devices, these IoT sensors that's planted in the soil to track the rudiments and the quality of the soil and determine what the yield and actually forecast the yield for that crop harvest. And this is not, please, it's not rocket science. These things actually exist. Some of them are being piloted, but I think we could do more. Think about the financial services and the financial fintech revolution going on. We talked about the flutter waves and the payment platforms and the payment gateway, but we can still do more. Because as per the last 2 years, we have said that the fintech sector has attracted the most or the largest VC funding in Africa, and Nigeria drives 83% of that. So think about what we could do if we actually now focus on using technology to drive the financial services sector. Education won't be left. Healthcare won't be left. Those are places we can apply it. An interesting one I would like to speak to, permit me, is also the creative sector. Everybody knows us for Nollywood. Everybody knows. You go to all the small islands, and once you say you're Nigeria, they'll start telling you about movie actors and movie actresses they know. I personally can boast that I know one, without calling names. I'll just look in one direction and she gets it. But you could consider what we could do today using AI technology to that creative industry. Things like automating tax, script analysis, video editing, CGI generation. I'm sure my videographers, pressmen here can understand what I'm talking about. We can do that today using AI. We can do that not to take away the creativity from the sector, but to enhance and make it more effective. There's actually a Pricewaterhouse report for 2022 that says that the media sector in Nigeria has the potential to contribute over 8 billion to our GDP. We just need to think about leaning towards digitizing it. So Akwala bins now, so we can now ease off. So you can ease off. Akwala bins. Let's talk about the way forward. And this is my recommendation. Sometimes when I say this, I pinch myself because people they're like, you're talking to yourself because now you're part of the government. So you just say it to yourself. But no, I'm saying, let's view this masquerade. That means we're not viewing it alone. It's not only the government. You are also viewing it with me. the academic, the industry, the academia, we're all going to view this masquerade together. I think this part might actually be leaning towards the government. We do need a holistic and integrated digital strategy, not where just few agencies are the one leaning into pushing digitization. Think about all those things I said, Vision 2030, UAE has their own, UAE 2021. These are all ways where they take it from the top and they run it all the way down. So I think Nigeria needs to think that way. Infrastructure, you definitely need digital infrastructure. You cannot drive innovation using digital services without infrastructure. A country like Nigeria, we have only 11 data centers. South Africa, I think they have about 36 data centers. And data centers are just centers for hosting data in the cloud. And most countries like to host it in country. It makes it efficient for transmission. So we can definitely do better. I just told us about how the mobile internet changed everything. It created, I don't know if it's affordable or tongue-in-cheek, but access to internet and mobility is there. But we can actually do more. Nigeria still has a penetration rate of 50%. So that means this whole large, massive country I've been talking about, only 50% in terms of penetration. We, as a government, have committed, so I'm now holding us accountable, that we want to make it 70% by 2025. So hold us accountable. We did put out a national broadband plan, and we said that we want 80% of the population to have coverage. You cannot do what I'm saying without infrastructure, digital infrastructure. We said our goal is to make sure that rural areas, because the truth is that Nigeria is not Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja. Nigeria is my village in Umuwala, the middle of nowhere in Sokoto, or someplace we don't know at the edges of Bakassi. That is Nigeria. A huge part of activity still resides in the rural areas. So we need to provide rural coverage. And we as a ministry, at least my ministry, the Federal Ministry of Communication, Information and Innovation and Digital Economy, we are committed. We have created agencies and we've started work. Not to say we've not started. I don't know, nobody knows any, okay, my NICOM start people would know. I don't know if you guys have heard of Project 774. At least I can tease that out here. So Project 774 was a project that commenced in February this year. It's driven by the Honorable Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosu Tijani, is to provide access in the 774 local governments of Nigeria. That project will be run across 3 years. So you can imagine if we even give the secretariats access, it might even give the citizens access to public services digitally. So we still have work to do. I'm not saying we've done the work. We still need to focus on institutional reforms. It's still not there. Nigeria needs a governance where all persons, institutions, entities, private and public sector, including the state itself, are accountable to laws that are publicly promulgated, equally enforced, independent, and which is consistent in terms of international human rights principles. Because that's the problem sometimes foreign investors have coming here. People worry that when they come here, anything applies. And the truth is that if you want to do it right, think about Estonia and their rule of law. We need to start putting round pegs in round hole when it comes to our government agencies. Because when we do that, and that's the truth, when we have qualified bureaucrats who are also politically interested, we can drive change through governance and policy. It will just make the job easier. We need to fund research. I think I cannot say that enough. I wanted to put up a chart there, but I think they didn't put it up, to show how much we've spent on TED Fund since 2011. Oh, thank you very much. Now compare it to those countries I was telling you, countries like Finland, how much they are spending on research. You can now wake up and say that all of a sudden you have been left out. Why are we not called when it comes to artificial intelligence? Why is our name not heard when it comes to IoT and machine learning? We have to change the way we move the money. we have to invest. You cannot expect people to all of a sudden figure it out if you haven't created the environment. So things like TED Fund, I would echo it louder. Things like NSTF. And maybe beyond that, I think one of the things I've learned from this country is that they've also learned how to get funding from the private sector. It doesn't always have to be from the government or public sector. Lean into the industry to get funding. And when we do that, we'll be able to do some of those things we've said, like digital literacy and all that. We need to create an environment where we can empower people and create jobs. I say this because post-COVID, we started to notice a lot of brain drain. And if you see and ask, the people that are going are the very smart ones. It's the same engineers, smart medical professionals that we need to come and drive the technology sector, the economy. Those are the ones, it's so easy for them to go. And to stop this brain drain means that we have to be more strategic. You know, what are we doing to keep them? That's the real question. Because they will go if you don't give them a reason to stay. They would follow the money, like they say. So we have to start investing in the young ones. Give them a reason to stay. And finally, something I'm very passionate about and my minister is very passionate about is public-private partnership. Like I said, we cannot do that alone. The government cannot do that alone. We need to be more intentional in pulling the private sector along together. See what they did, I mentioned it was in Finland, that they took both government, private sector, they took all the stakeholders to drive their ICT sector. So it's clear that it can be done. Not that it cannot be done. It might have started, but you have to be intentional to keep doing it. So in conclusion, I think we can acknowledge that, thank you very much. We have acknowledged that we have viewed this very eminent man from this lens of digitizing. We want to drive that economic growth to digital transformation and not just lean into a single driver economy. Case in point, we do that and it's win-win for everyone. But I want to also acknowledge that our pathway to diversification and economic growth, apart from being intentional, is actually unique to us. It doesn't have to be like those case studies I rolled out. We are a nation that must adapt to our own realities. So there are many ways we can frame it, but we also frame it through our own lens. Nigeria can actually leverage digital transformation as a powerful tool for economic diversification, job creation, and shared prosperity. Thank you for listening.
Can we have a thunderous applause to celebrate the guest lecturer for this year's Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture? Wow! The first female guest lecturer of the Herbert Macaulay Lecture. Please put your hands together for her. Wow! We appreciate so much the Managing Director and CEO Nigerian Communications Satellite. She deserves another applause. Yes. And if it was possible for a chieftaincy title to be conferred by a master of ceremony, I could possibly say that she can be addressed as Chief Engineer Mrs. Jane Egerton. Please put your hands together, Idehe. Put your hands together for her. Thank you so much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very wonderful time with you. But I have to very respectfully recognize the presence of these persons, eminent personalities who are here. I'd like to recognize the presence of Professor C.I. Ane of the Department of Electronic Engineering. Please, can we applaud him? Let me also recognize the Director of Lion Gadgets, Reverend Father Dr. Anoliefo is right here with us, and we appreciate your presence. Please put your hands together and celebrate him. We also have an amiable professor from the Faculty of Education right here with us, Professor Uche Nzewi. We are pleased to have you. Let me also recognize a member of the Governing Council, and the University Mace Bearer right here with us, Professor Emeka Joshua Umifekwem. Please put your hands together for him. And of course, we have the Kingsmen, or rather the Kingswomen as well, of the guest lecturer here, talking about the Imo People's Forum, who are also Kingsmen and Kingswomen of the Dean of the Faculty. So may we put our hands together for the Imo People's Forum. And the chairman is here talking about Professor Zev Njoko. And it will also interest you to know that we'll have a long list of members from the Imo People's Forum who are here, and as well as Imo Professors Forum, you're most recognized. And let me, at this point in time, seize this opportunity to recognize the presence of very respectable, amiable ladies who came in while the program was running, and they are adorned with very beautifully blue and silver-like materials. Please put your hands together for the Old Girls Association of Federal Government Girls College, Owerri, where the guest lecturer was a student. We are pleased to have you. Let me very respectfully recognize, of course, those working at the background, not forgetting the faculty officer of this great faculty, Mrs. Blessing Phil Eze. Please, can we appreciate her too? And ladies and gentlemen, before you know it, we'll be done with the event. We are going to a very important aspect of this memorial lecture, which is a presentation of award to some eminent personalities that have been slated as recipients for this year's lecture. So these are awardees, and I would like to, first of all, I'd like to invite Associate Professor Anyaka to please come, and let's have the award plaques. I would like to invite, first of all, the first award will be presented to the guest lecturer. The first award is going to the guest lecturer for this year's Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture, talking about our own amiable Managing Director, Engineer Mrs. Jane Nkechi Egerton Idehen. Please, can we put our hands together for her as she steps up to receive our award. And of course, to present this award is our own amiable 15th Vice Chancellor of our great university, Professor Charles Arinze Chukwuigwe, FAS. Thank you. Please, we'll put our hands. The guest lecturer, as I hand in the microphone to the Vice Chancellor, please. celebrating the awardee. There will be a time for all the awardees to respond. So whatever you would like to say, that will be right after all the awards have been presented. The next award is going to our amiable keynote speaker, keynote chairman, keynote speaker for this memorial lecture. I'd like to invite Engineer Clement. Yeah, the next award, the second award will be coming to the chairman, will be going to the chairman, and after that we go to the keynote speaker. So I'd like to invite very respected Engineer Professor Paul Eke to step up and receive his award, talking about the Professor of Digital Clean Technology and Systems Engineering, Royal Academy of Engineering, University of Leeds, UK. Please can we put our hands together for him and celebrate him. Ladies and gentlemen, is going to our amiable keynote speaker, talking about Mr. Clement, the also fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, talking about the
Director General and CEO, Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and celebrate this great personality in our midst. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Next award is going to Engineer Professor Macaulay Opara. I will put my hands together for Engineer Professor Macaulay Opara to test out the series of awards. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, a better applause for the next award, ladies and gentlemen, is going to Engineer Macaulay. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next award is going to Engineer Macaulay. So please go put our hands together and celebrating our success. We want to run through all the awards after which we will have responses. So, Engineer Macaulay, we will have it. Congratulations to you, Engineer Macaulay. We appreciate you for coming. And the next award is going to Engineer Edward Keke. Please can we put our hands together for Engineer Edward Keke and the first staff to receive his award. We applaud him, ladies and gentlemen. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is going to the manager, the managing director of Nigerian Breweries, PLC. Talking about Engineer Peter Arnold. Please put your hands together as he steps up to receive his award. course, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate the managing director of Nigerian Brewing PLC, Chief Engineer Peter Allen. Thank you very much for your time. The next award is going to Engineer Ifeanyi Akosionu. Please put your hands together for him as he steps up to receive this award. Professor Cosmos will become representative Congratulations, sir. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is going to Engineer Professor Manuel Echebu. Celebrate round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The next award is going to Engineer Manuel Echebu. Next award is going to Engineer Manuel Echebu. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. And may we give the Vice Chancellor a thunderous applause for doing such a marvelous job this afternoon. round of applause. A round of applause, please, for the honorable member. Congratulations, distinguished honorable member. Professor Anybay, yeah. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and celebrate this awesome class of 1979. And let's do an awesome applause for the Vice Chancellor for that wonderful presentation this afternoon. Very quickly, I will simply move over to the awardees for their responses that we have here in the program. The responses from awardees as well as support to the faculty program. I'd like to begin by handing over the microphone to our guest lecturer, Engineer Mrs. Jen Kechia Gandhi. Please put your hands together for her as she comes up to make her presentation. over 300,000 celebrations, everybody, policy makers, industry, everybody was serious for creation of the innovation. And then we told them that they are going to do it. But with that work, we will launch the institution. We also have that maybe to launch starting the very soon to do it. Because now everybody is talking, we have already decided we are doing it. And we got to do it, and we got to message for 50 businesses for who they didn't know. The company is going to have regional trade licenses all over the country. They're going to be fixed up right now, making it happen with that. And I'm happy to announce that the University of Nigeria is going to be an A-level business. We want to build a center where you are hooked to the center. So a center where you are hooked to the center, and everything is focusing every form of activity we do there is 5 years per user. So you would represent the Southeast region, and the building is engaging a lot in the region to give us the space for their business. And we will keep up this center because AI engineering is not just it is regional. It needs access to technology. And we have a lot of people in the center because that's what our looking to make a more center with so that's what people with announcement. So thank you very much. I'm grateful for this opportunity. Wow. That was massive. Now we put our hands together for the forthcoming UNN being a region, one of the centers in the region for artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. The next question please will be coming from the chairman of the occasion. Okay, please. Go ahead. So much, dear Chairman. I'd like to invite the next please set up Engineer Clement and also the fellow Nigerian side of engineering. Before they would have spoken to him a number of times. What about the sidewalk out of the state? How do you do? And what was go back to the roof? So having said that, I don't know if you can speak to you. Over the years, I have taken a step to bring the water at my own area to the place. There was a reason why I followed the university. After I happened that the thing got horrible. But I was able to secure the documents by the department in the university, where a foreign school set up by the minister then will pass administration. They reviewed all the father local projects, and the instructor was among them that the expert committee said it can be revised to be elaborated and to be made. Didn't happen. So what I will assure us as a result, I will look for that document back in water. And if you have a copy here, you can give it to me. We will vigorously pursue it. I know of several universities in the country that got over 5 billion naira for that project. Because of insiders who will start, both in the world, in the staff, in the government. So I will say to you that the minister just to see what he told me when we discussed the month back. Later he was my roommate when I came out of the other. They put 2 o'clock in the morning, all the way home. I got him back. We will talk on that. Then, this, I will talk on engineering. So let me see if I can, on my own side, not in the ministry. But I'm sure the ministry will revive whatever is here. But the faculty of engineering, I will take it up. If they can be given about 2 boreholes, they don't have boreholes. Which they can represent. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. So let us take it from there. Thank you. A better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Engineer Professor Clifford Woodley to please come up and respond. Please can we put our hands together for him, please, as it comes up. All the way from our lecture to University. them. I think you are the best student. A round of applause. My prof, Professor Ane Opoku Anene. Thank you so much, Professor Clifford Woji, for that wonderful prize distributed. And next, I'd like to invite Engineer Professor Muzike Opara to respond to the award. What we are going to do now, Thank you so much, Prof. Very many thanks to you. Professor Imejike Opara. And the next question will be coming from Engineer Chinedu Okeke. Engineer Chinedu Okeke, please. Thank you. A round of applause, please, for Engineer Chinedu Okeke. The next response very quickly will be coming from Engineer Peter Ani, the Managing Director of Nigerian Breweries PLC. Can we put our hands together and celebrate him, please? shown in the book The Hackathon for students of engineering, science and technology in the college of the Department of Technology. Thank you so much. Very many thank you for your response. Ladies and gentlemen, while I'm trying so hard to wrap up this review, may I seize this moment to very respectfully recognize the presence of the Deputy Registrar here with us, not Iwa, the Deputy Registrar in charge of personnel, University. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Francisca Chinere Akowa. You have been here a long time ago. Thank you so much. Let me now bring on stage Engineer Tola Yusuf for his response. Please, a round of applause here as he comes up. many thank you. Thanks to you, Managing Director and Partner. Thank you so much. Let me bring on stage Engineer Emmanuel to present what other represented by Professor Kennedy. Please put your hands together and thank for after that, we'll be having an honorable member, Professor Kennedy. Very many thank you. Professor Lee, thank you very much for your response. And last but not the least, is coming from member of the 20th National Assembly, Engineer Professor Paul, and please can we put our hands together and celebrate our thumbs up, please welcome. are gradually wrapping it up. At this point in time, I will delve into the next item, which is the Bible Associate Dean of the Faculty of Engineering. Engineer S.L. Isoha, to please step up and present the vote of thanks. Can you put your hands together for him as he comes up?
Thank you very much.
While we say thank you for thanking us as a should be, we equally would like to call for an applause for him as we appreciate all the good works he has been doing supporting the Dean of the Faculty. And so, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the chairman for his closing remarks, I would like to hand over the microphone to the Dean of the Faculty for some announcements.
The associate dean have let out the secret. I also happen to be on the same class as Linus Opera, class of 87 I've been here. Same class of 87 I've been here. I'm always proud of you. Unfortunately, because of time, we are not able to read the citations. If we had read the citations of all that were these, I think I won't grow on. And so that's how we should security that. Now, but let's put it down now to show security. So we quickly show security and then achieve some results. That's what we're good at doing. So I would also especially thank the senior members and the elders of the University of Nigeria Senior Staff Forum. I always like to say they are the best advisors around. They are very experienced, and I personally went to invite them and assist some of them here. Thank you very much, sir. Because the Igbo professors come and then the Igbo professors accept me. I will have to come to welcome distinguished lecturer who also come from Igbo State. I must also acknowledge the presence of students from the African Center of Excellence for Sustainable and Equitable Development of the university. It's a postgraduate setup. My announcement is for lunch, so that we can drop this piece and then go for lunch. At the presidential lunch, much. We have made arrangements for the members of the high table, the awardees, professors, the members of the senior staff club, the senior members of the Elders Council, heads of departments, faculty of engineering. These are those that are going to the presidential lunch for lunch. Then our young engineers and scientists to be have asked the welfare committee to make sure they start every year, and then we'll take them back to the university secondary school where we'll go to this. So thank you, special chapter. The rest we are not mentioned in what I just said now. Adequate arrangement has been in the engineering faculty for enough number of hours. And the welfare committee will take it up from there. So once again, the professors, the members of the Elder Council of this, the senior staff club, these heads of government, professors and faculty, please, after this, make our time, even if it's 10 or 20 minutes, to refresh yourself. On that note, I think we invite the chairman for this occasion. Yes, and then one more recognition. You know, when we talk about people that mentored us, we talk about the lecturers, the academic lecturers, but they are also the academic technologists. And I especially recognize one of them, who taught us how to connect transistors in physical electronics. So, as one of the top technologies in those days, so I always never felt to feel happy whenever I see him. So thank you very much, sir, for the mentoring in those days. Thank you for assisting or government colleges. And I just came to know that the guest lecturer in the school at the federal government guest college, which is part of government college land, which we are related to them. So, so thank you very much, everyone. And that is our thank you.
Please can we put our hands together for the team of faculty. And just while he was talking about the elders of the senior staff club, I recall that I haven't had the opportunity to recognize Mrs. Obu. Please can we put our hands to her, put our hands together for her. She has been here a long time ago, even before the procession. So thank you so much. At this point in time, it's my honor and privilege to invite the chairman of this occasion to please step up and present his closing remarks, talking about Professor Paul A.K., Professor of Digital Twin Technology, all the way from the Royal Academy of Engineering, University of Leeds.
Thank you once again. By all standard, all performance indicator, I could say that this event is very successful. The way you assess an event is supposed to be the way the audience respond to issues. Since morning I've been watching carefully how all our guests, members of staff, everybody see that without some of the events, before you could go to item 7 or say anything, half of the audience might have gone. So I thank all of you, not only distinguished lecturers and the member of high school, every one of you who graced this 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture. One other thing I observe is this is an extraordinary memorial lecture. Most of the provinces and the way the provinces support the Faculty of Engineering is unique in most of the events I've chaired or attended globally. So, board and Faculty of Engineering, keep up this kind of good one, because it's not just ordinary lecture, it's a way of promoting the practice of engineering in the faculty as well as giving back, most of the alumni and other distinguished members of the public giving back to the university. So without wasting more of the time, because I've been a long day, I wish to declare 20th Herbert Macaulay Memorial Lecture closed.
Very many thanks to you, Professor Paul Anike. Before we wrap it up, remember there will be a brief exhibition. Of course, already since yesterday the exhibition started. But while we are living here, we'll all pass through to see what is there and what innovations are all there displayed for me to enjoy the views. And so I'd like to very respectfully invite you all to be part of the national anthem to wrap up this event, and after which we'll have a closing prayer from the Honorable Professor and Head of Agric and Bioresources Engineering, Professor C.C. Anamike, to take a closing prayer just after the national anthem. And then we'll step down to take one or two group photographs and before going out. Thank you. The national anthem, please.